YouTube channel, and a recording of this meeting will be uploaded to the district's webpage following the conclusion of this meeting. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Dupree.
Yes, ma'am. I'm having trouble getting my laptop fired up here. I believe the first item is we're going to conduct the formal first hearing, and I'm going to ask our CFO, Brian Gwynn, to launch that presentation. Following his presentation, Madam President, we will take public comment from any citizen who'd like to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree, and I'll quickly give a brief overview. The first rating is something that is done on an annual basis and reflects what the district's current financial conditions are. And I'll ask our Executive Director of Finance, Ms. Kelly Schlacks, to go through with you the final report.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me? Board President, board members, and Dr. Dupree, I'm pleased to report on the School First report this evening. In the agenda tonight, we'll be providing an overview of the School First, the district's performance, other required disclosures, and future changes to First. First is an acronym for the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. It was developed by TEA in 1999 to measure the financial performance of school districts. This is the 18th year of reporting, and the current rating is based on 15 indicators established by the Commissioner of the Education. The rating we're discussing tonight is the 1920 rating year, which is based on 1819 financial data. So the first rating lags 1 year behind and is not based on the annual financial report that the board just approved this past October, which reported on the 1920 financial data. That financial data will be used in next year's first rating. The rating matrix shows that districts that receive 90 to 100 points would receive a superior rating or the highest rating achievable. The district received positive or yes responses for all critical indicators scored. A no response would mean that the district failed the first rating. The positive responses that we received include filing the annual financial report on a timely basis with TEA, receiving an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, that the financial statements were free of a material weakness in internal controls, that the district was compliant with all debt payment terms, and that timely payments were made to various government agencies. TEA did not score critical indicator number 5, which deals with the unrestricted net asset balance of governmental activities. Since so many districts are reporting negative unrestricted net asset balances due to reporting GASB 68 and 75 dealing with pension plans and other post-employment benefits, TEA elected not to score that indicator. The remaining 10 indicators have a maximum score of 10 points. The district received the maximum number of points for cash on hand, 6 points for the current asset to current liability ratio, 6 points for the long-term liabilities to total assets, the maximum number of points for the general fund revenues exceeding expenditures, and the maximum number of points for the debt service coverage ratio being sufficient to meet required debt service. The district received the maximum number of points for all financial competency indicators. Those include that the district's administrative cost ratio was equal to or less than the threshold set by TEA, that the district did not have a 15% decline in students to staff ratio, that the PEIMS data reported for the financial report had less than a 3% variance on all expenditures, and that the independent auditor indicated that the financial statements were free of material noncompliance for grants, and that the district did not have an adjusted repayment schedule for an overallocation of the foundation school payment program. That resulted in a total of 92 points received, which earned the superior achievement level or the highest level that the district could achieve. As part of the first, we are required to disclose gifts between vendors and board members and the superintendent. The district did not have any transactions to report. The district is required to report the superintendent's contract, and that contract is available online at the district's website at the link shown on the slide. In addition, the district is required to disclose reimbursements paid to board members and the superintendent for items such as meals, lodging, transportation, and other reimbursements incurred when conducting district business. The slide shows reimbursements the district has made to the board members and the superintendent for the year ending June 30th, 2019. There are changes for the first rating that will go into effect with the 2021 rating year using the 19-20 financial data. That will be reported next year. There will be 20 indicators instead of the 15 we reported this evening, and there'll be 5 new indicators. Those indicators include comparing budgeted revenues to actual revenues and ensuring there's less than a 10% variance, comparing actual ADA with the ADA submitted at the beginning of the biennium for student enrollment, and ensuring that board members discuss the property values within 120 days before adopting the budget. In addition, it will look at the debt per $100 of assessed value ratio to ensure that it's sufficient to meet debt service, and it'll look to see that the district posted all required financial information on its website. The new requirements will also have ceiling factors for some of the indicators, which will provide for a maximum score the district can receive if an indicator is not met. I've listed some of those maximum scores and the related indicators. This new reporting is in effect assuming normal operations, but as you know, this past year we've experienced COVID-19. It's anything but normal. Due to COVID-19 causing issues with the district's financial report and lower student enrollment, TA has stated that the indicator comparing budgeted revenues to actual revenues will not be scored next year. In addition, the indicator comparing actual ADA to what the district submitted at the beginning of the biennium will also not be scored. We appreciate TA's understanding and recognition that COVID-19 could have a negative impact on these indicators. In addition, we will be monitoring other indicators as well as considering the financial pressure the district has experienced due to COVID-19. Some of those would be the cash on hand. As we'll discuss a little bit later, the general fund could experience a deficit for 2021, so we'll definitely watch that indicator. And in addition, as you know, we have the commercial paper program for the bond program, and that can put pressure on that current asset to current liability ratio. Whenever we match our construction payments and issue short-term debt, that increases the current liabilities, and that causes that ratio to decrease. And with that, I will be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'm going to take questions from the board. I'm going to go with Dave Rosenthal, please.
Thank you, Ms. Schleck. So that's what I was going to ask, the point that you just brought up. So they're still going to ding us because we're being responsible to our taxpayers.
Correct.
So that's what happened in one of those. Was that for both number sixes, or did that affect or just the current assets?
That was the
current liabilities.
Current asset to current liabilities where we received 6 points out of the 10 points. We haven't appealed that indicator because it wouldn't have changed the overall score the district had received. And so in the future, if we felt like it did affect the overall score that we would receive, we could appeal that through TA, but it would be TA's discretion whether or not, how many points they would want to give us for that.
Okay. Have we made them aware of what we're trying to accomplish and why looking at that particular indicator shouldn't be hurting us?
Yes, sir. Each time we have the opportunity to make public comment on changes that they make, we make them aware of that. However, to this point, they have not opted to make any changes to the way that they score that.
Okay. And just since we have some new folks, just what we're talking about is what we started doing many years ago. We started issuing commercial paper, and you could probably explain it much better than I can, Mr. Quinn, but what that does is it allows us to spend very little interest until a lot of those payments start coming due on our bond debt. And so it's actually really responsible. We've saved millions and millions of dollars doing that. So we're actually being responsible to our taxpayers, but yet the way their formula is, we're getting hurt by it. So, and then the other question or comment that I have on indicator number 12, are they looking for people that are just staffing up without really any reason? Is that what you think what they're looking for there?
On the student to staff ratio?
Right.
Yeah, I think they want to ensure that districts are managing positions and staffing whenever compared to student enrollment.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted Ms. Schlax and Mr. Gwynn on items 7 and 8. We scored a 6. Was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for this, is this, I'm getting confused. Does this relate to the commercial paper question that Mr.
Number
Okay.
7, the 7 indicator does, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Gwynn, commercial paper is, as I would understand it and describe it, that's really a short-term loan that we take out, and the duration of which is it 90 days?
Yes, sir, typically
90
so.
days, and we do that so we don't have to sell a tranche of bonds until we're ready to. And so they're considering that a current liability instead of a long-term liability, and that's where we're getting dinged.
Correct.
Okay. And then our ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets, can you help me understand that? Do we still have a 90-day fund balance?
Yes, we do.
We do. So can you help me understand that number 8, please?
Well, some of that is probably because we've been implementing the 18 bond program, so our debt is going up, but many of the repairs that we're doing are repair renovation work where we already have a capital asset on the books, so we are not capitalizing that asset per se.
Okay, it's like replacing your roof at your house. You've already got your mortgage and everything. That's a long-term liability, but when you take out maybe you take out a short-term loan or to replace the roof or the HVAC system, and the same thing here, we're kind of getting dinged on that.
Yes.
It's the way that they are measuring this. It's their metrics. And to Mr. Rosenthal's point, I really want our friends and neighbors at home, and if anybody comes to speak tonight, to understand that the way we have managed our bond programs through the combination of the commercial paper, as Mr. Rosenthal said, and variable rate interest, variable rate instruments, and the long term has saved us over, what, $10 or $12 million in bond?
So the most
Payment.
recent update that we had, Mr. Rice, that specific number is closer to $14 million. It's about 13.9 is what we've saved
Yeah.
since the implementation of that program.
We're saving the taxpayers that money, and we're still getting dinged, which
Right.
is, yeah, okay. Mr. Gwynn, one other question, and maybe now's not the time, but given the fact that long-term interest rates are at such a low, what are we doing with our variable rates? Are we kind of migrating away from them at the moment?
For the last 2 transactions that we've done, we have taken on more long-term debt than we have variable rate. However, those rates also remain favorable as well. So we typically look to our financial advisor to give us the best approach to that. And at this point, we have done conversions from the short-term variable debt to long-range debt because interest rates are so favorable right now. And you may recall, the last 2 transactions that we have had been among the lowest rates that the district has ever received because we're in this low-rate environment.
Okay, which is good for us. Okay, one last question, and that is on the future changes for First I see an item here that says board members discuss property values within 120 days before adopting its budget. And I'm just wondering where that is coming from. I realize that's coming from the TEA, but we always do that anyway. You're reaching out to the CAD appraisal district in January, trying to forecast what the revenue on appraisals are going to be. And that's kind of an ongoing thing right up until the time when we pass the budget, and we have discussion on that every single time you make a presentation. So am I to understand that perhaps some districts are not doing that and they want to make sure that everybody is, or this is just one of the things that's embedded in this new regulation and we won't have a difficult time complying with this?
When they initially implemented this indicator, it was when the state funding formula had a lag for the current year versus the prior year property values. And so I think some districts might have missed that when they were doing their budget projections, and they wanted to ensure that was being discussed at the board level. But now that really isn't an issue, now they're just saying we need to talk about property values. So you're correct that we shouldn't have any issue with meeting this indicator.
Because now the property values are being no longer being certified by the Comptroller's Property Tax Division, but by the TEA. Am I correct in that understanding? And not 12 months in arrears, but in real time?
Yes, sir, that is
Yes.
correct. And I do want to emphasize one point you made, Mr. Rice, and that is you mentioned that we have those discussions with the chief appraiser. We have already scheduled those appointments with him for both January and February of this year. So to your point, yes, that is something that we do very rigorously in this district. We will continue to do so. And then TEA obviously will be awarding us points for doing that. So in all, it should be a good thing for the district.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Very nice presentation. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. James?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elliger. And I just want to validate the questions that both Mr. Rosenthal and the comments that Mr. Rice were making. I had some of those same questions. Thank you for asking them, and thank you to staff for answering them well. And my only follow-up question, because I too am, this is a framework and it's a scheme that's used to rate us, and I just want to be sure that the right message gets out there, and also that we have an awareness of what our central risk areas are. So you mentioned some of about the commercial paper and the repairs and renovations, and I understand about that. Are there any other areas of concern or awareness that we should have, either in terms of lobbying or advocating for the system or around the system, or just that we should have an awareness for the decisions that we're making?
So
Kelly, if I may, so I would point out to two things, as Kelly indicated earlier. One is that we're looking at is the cash on hand. And I'll mention this early and I'll reiterate it later in the presentation on the quarterly financials. But several state legislatures have already indicated that school fund balances would be one area where they are looking. So if that's something that they will be targeting, we would hope that TEA would make some type of adjustment there to account for that. We're also looking at potentially a drawdown of fund balance, so that would be something we would be closely watching. The other two indicators also remain of concern, but as Kelly indicated, if that first indicator related to the current assets ratio were to go below, we have the option of appealing. But because at this point we're making a superior rating, it doesn't actually benefit us to go that direction. So we have not done that to this point. But that isn't a lever that we could pull as we go forward to assist with that score. But as Kelly indicated, TEA already seems acutely aware of the fact that districts are facing financial challenges like they haven't faced in recent memory. And so they have been reacting to that appropriately to assist with that.
Can I just interject real quick, Mrs. James and Mr. Gunn? I think to your point that you just shared to Mrs. James's question, your answer when you share that we are not going to I guess, ask for any adjustments around the two items that we have the sixes for. I really think that we should do that, because what happens when we have one of our other indicators are low for whatever reason, and so it positions ourselves to recoup points per se if they understand our structure. Just wanted to follow up on your question, Mr. James.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Addie. I don't know what is involved in that or what the risks are, but I would just put that out there for consideration.
Well, one thing I want to mention is that TA will not allow us to appeal unless it would actually change our rating. So we could appeal that current asset, current liability, but they wouldn't hear that appeal because we would already have a superior rating right now.
So then maybe it's more to what Mrs. James was asking. Can we do something more proactive by understanding or lobbying to who we need to lobby to around how we structure and why we're structuring this, because it's a financial benefit to us as an organization. So that's why I'm asking.
Definitely.
I totally get the behind this, the after fact about appealing, but if this structure based on what you shared with us helps us to save money, then we shouldn't be penalized for it, and then we need to be lobbying to whoever around this.
What we can do in that regard is, I think, also something that Mr. Rice mentioned, and perhaps Mr. Rosenthal as well, and that is when we have the opportunity for those public comment periods, is to take a more active role. Right at this point, it's an online petition, but perhaps as we do that, to make those phone calls to the commissioner's office to see how we can better impact that.
Okay, and I'd like to speak up again. I agree with that strategy, Mr. Gwen, and I think all the trustees would join with us if we have the information and the data. We could certainly, as a minimum, also discuss this with our legislators so that they understand the impact of the decisions, especially if we're talking about legislation that's going to impact our fund balances and our cash on hand numbers. They need to understand the conundrum that they are building, essentially. And I would like to have some clear communication points around that so we make sure we're effectively advocating this spring. And that concludes my comments and questions.
All right, thank you, Mrs. James. Any other questions from any of the other trustees? All right, thank you. At this time, thank you very much. We'll take questions from the public. Okay, we do not have any questions from the public. Back to you, Dr. Dupree.
Thank you, Madam President. Next up, Brian is going to continue the evening by giving a third quarter financial update and tie that into a discussion about a potential tax ratification election in '21. Brian?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Dupree. The quarterly financial update we're doing this evening is going to differ in format from what we've done in the past. You all are aware that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a tremendous impact on the way we operate, and those changes have obviously had a financial impact. This evening, I'll go through the budget as it was adopted and provide some insights on the direction we think things are headed. And I'd like to start out by saying that at the onset, the numbers that we're showing you are very preliminary, and that this is what the ancient Romans might call nebula apersuit diem, around how things are right now. And that basically means we're in a fog of uncertainty. And everything that we're providing, like I said, I do want to say that it is going to be based on what we know as of today, and that could change tomorrow, and we'll report back on that information as it becomes available. But I do want to point out some of the challenges we'll be facing as we go through the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. For our newest board members, I do want to provide some background on the process that got us here today, and as a refresher to existing board members, the district is on a July 1 fiscal year, and we typically start our budget workshops in January. The board is required to adopt the budget for 3 funds. That's the general fund, debt service fund, and child nutrition fund. And we do amend the budget throughout the year as needed. Typically, those amendments occur when we roll purchase orders from one fiscal year to the next, and these are for items that typically have a long lead time, such as athletic and band instruments. And so that reestablishes the budget for those transactions so they can be completed in the next fiscal year. We also amend the budget for donations and any new priorities or targeted areas that would be identified by the board. Next slide, please. The basis of the issues that we're facing today are going to date back to March when federal, state, and county officials declared a state of disaster due to COVID-19. At that time, we were in the middle of preparing our budget, and we had no indication of how long the crisis would last. The budget was adopted in June and based on normal operations, and although we did recognize that there would likely be interventions needed to bring students back to grade level in certain areas. We also assumed the moderate growth in enrollment projected by our demographer and indicated that we would likely have to have amendments in the upcoming year based on the uncertainty of the impact of the COVID virus. In September, the tax rate was adopted and the first amendment was approved, which was around the purchase order roll that I just mentioned. And in October, the financial audit for the district was completed, and I'll show you why that's important in just a moment. And finally, in November, a budget amendment number 2 was approved, which amended revenues and expenditures for TRS on behalf and added funds that were set aside in designated fund balance for textbooks. Next slide, please. The result of those actions is that the current budget sits at $740 million in revenues and $759 million in expenditures. And I do want to remind you that we had anticipated the use of $4.8 million in economic stabilization, and we had $11.4 million that was set aside in designated fund balance for the encumbrance rollover as well as purchase of textbooks. And I highlight that on here just to remind you that it was an intended use of fund balance that was designated back in June when we finalized the budget for 2021. Next slide, please. As I mentioned a moment ago, the financial audit was completed in October, and at that time, we were able to determine that we have 95 days in unrestricted fund balance. And that additional 5 days that's over our 90-day fund balance requirement is worth about $10 million. And in addition, we set aside $15 million for economic stabilization. So the net result of that is we have over $25 million that is set aside for COVID-19 response, as well as any potential revenue shortfalls that we may face in the current year. Next slide, please. When we prepare the budget each year, I mentioned that we utilize our demographer's moderate growth estimate, and generally that number tends to be very close to what the actual enrollment turns out to be. This year, however, we have seen a decline in enrollment overall when we compare to the prior year, and we're down about 1.6%, or in about 1,200 students from the last school year. There was a survey that was conducted by the Texas School Alliance that showed enrollment across the state from 23 respondents was down by about 4%. And just to give you a sense of perspective around that, those 23 respondents represent about 1/3 of the total enrollment in the state, and Fort Bend ISD was a respondent in that particular survey. And so those enrollment declines that we're seeing are not unique to us, and in some sense, we're actually faring better than what other districts are seeing. Next slide, please. We did compare our situation to some local area districts, and we're seeing the same trend. With the exception of one school district, all other districts in the area are seeing declines in their actual enrollment of roughly 4%, like we're seeing with what TSA reported. So again, we're not unusual in that respect, and we're actually faring a little better than some of our peer districts in the area. Next slide, please. So the change in enrollment has impacted our revenue projections. The revenues in the adopted budget, as I mentioned, were $740 million, and our initial projection is anticipated at about $718.5 million, so that is a fairly significant decline. That decline does account for the lower enrollment we just discussed. It is also taking into account the hold harmless provision that is currently in place for the remainder of this current calendar year. So that's set to expire in December unless the commissioner takes action to move beyond that. The other thing that I'll mention is that it's also taken into decline our special population. So we have seen an impact to our special ed population. And then we are also being very conservative with estimates for potential reimbursements that we may receive through the CARES Act. Next slide, please. I mentioned that we are being conservative relative to any potential revenues that we might receive that are offsetting the costs. These are indicative of some of those types of grants that we have pursued. So as an example, the Texas Department of Emergency Management has a grant that is currently pending that could be worth roughly $3 million. In addition, the Fort Bend County received $134 million in CARES Act funding that they've been distributing. To date, or through September 30th, we had received about $600,000 and had about $1.17 million that we were waiting to hear back on. I would mention that that number has increased to about $1.5 million, and we have about $2.4 million outstanding right now. So that's information that has changed since the time that this was prepared, but I do want to emphasize that every avenue that we have available to offsetting the costs that we're experiencing due to the pandemic, we are pursuing, and we will have more information to report back on that. And I do want to emphasize here that, again, this information is as of September 30th, and since that time, we've received notification of how much we're receiving through the ESSER grant, and that grant was part of the CARES Act funding. Initially, in this report, we reported it was over $8 million, but the number was finalized by TEA on December 3rd, and it's just over $9 million. So there's an increase of about $275,000 from what was initially reported, but just keep in mind that number was based on September 30th. That's in our report. It was finalized on December 3rd, so the second quarter report will reflect the final number from TEA. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side, we had a total approved budget of just under $760 million, and we're projecting about $756 million in expenditures. So we're seeing lower expenditures in conjunction with the lower revenues, which is partially offsetting that. However, it is not enough to completely offset those costs. And when we established the budget, you may recall some of those particular programs that we were funding. That included the innovative program at Marshall and Willow Ridge feeder patterns, the addition of the teacher planning time, the second year of early college, high school, and PTAC, and then finally some of those unfunded mandates such as the Reading Academy and cybersecurity. And as we move forward, some of the new items that we've had to pick up the costs include contact tracing, some anticipated losses in child nutrition, wellness and recess monitors, and then online instructional costs such as airtime and some of the hotspots needed to support students. And then finally, as you might imagine, personal protective equipment is one of those items that we're continuing to see costs on. The state has been providing some of that. However, we had initial costs that we picked up. We've submitted for reimbursements on those, but some of those are still outstanding. Next slide, please. We've had some expenditures, as I mentioned, that were not incurred in the first quarter that will begin in the second quarter. Those are primarily around contact tracing and the wellness and recess monitor. So those were not recorded in the first quarter, and they will begin starting in October. And then we had about $2.6 million in open POs specifically associated with COVID expenditures. And we'll expect that those purchase orders will begin to be expended as we progress through the year. The thing that I would mention is that the fund that's probably been as impacted by as much impacted as the general fund has been is our child nutrition department, and I'll discuss that in just a few minutes. But just as a reminder, and for those of you who are new to the board, that fund is federally funded, and as a result, any losses experienced there cannot be borne by that fund. So if there's a negative operating balance at year end, the general fund has to absorb those costs. So that's something that we're watching, and I'll provide you more detail on that in just a moment. As I mentioned, we are vigorously pursuing reimbursements through the CARES Act funding, contact tracing, wellness monitors, personal protective equipment, and other eligible expenditures. We're submitting for those as those opportunities become available. And I think probably the most important fact to highlight here is that all of that CARES Act funding is expected or will expire on the 31st of December unless legislative action is taken by Congress. So the funding that the county has will lapse at year end unless something happens. So we're doing everything we can to submit what we have, but we are running on a deadline that is not imposed by the district or the county. It's something the federal government has imposed on them. Next slide, please. So overall, based on the latest information we have, we are expecting a drawdown of fund balance that is greater than what we budgeted. I do want to emphasize that we have fund balance set aside in both economic stabilization and unassigned fund balance that can help us navigate that. And I, again, want to emphasize that this is all based on early information, and we could see swings up or down based on new information that becomes available. And I'm saying this as a point, if we had to make decisions tonight, and what would that look like? And that is, as of today, our expenditures would need to be, for the next school year, about $728 million to avoid going below our 90-day fund balance. And again, I want to emphasize that is if we had to make decisions today. And we're not obviously at that point, but I want to make you aware of what the circumstances look like that are in front of us. And that is without additional revenue. And to keep that in perspective, our 2021 budget was $737 million, so there would be some adjustments that would need to be made, and some of those would be based on those new expenditures that we're picking up as a result of COVID. So I'll be talking in a few minutes about some of the ways that we can mitigate that. The tax ratification election is obviously one, and I'll provide some information on that in just a moment. For our Child Nutrition Fund, I talked about this a moment ago, and we're expecting significantly lower revenues there. As of today, all students in the district are eligible to eat breakfast and lunch at no cost. We're operating the Summer Seamless option, which was extended for the remainder of the school year. That was the program we operated last school year that allowed us to do the grab-and-go meals at no cost, so that is continuing. However, that is impacting us because we're being reimbursed at the federal rate and don't have those full paid meals to help add additional revenue. And then I'll also point to the fact that our participation is down significantly because about 60% of our students are engaged in online learning as opposed to face-to-face. So that is having a tremendous impact as well. So we're expecting to see lower revenues there, and those are offset by lower expenditures. But what I would point to, and this almost seems trivial to say now given the circumstances we're in, but one of the findings from the Gibson audit was we needed to focus on meals per labor hour. And unfortunately in this year, based on the way that we're having to operate, including doing face-to-face meals as well as grab-and-go meals, we don't anticipate that we would be able to meet that metric, at least in this school year. And then the final thing that I'll mention is that due to lower participation, we do have some staff that are not needed in their current roles. However, we have not had to adjust that, and what we've done is we've redirected those staff members into facilities to assist with some of the more vigorous cleaning that we have to do. They're also assisting the wellness monitors and working the phone bank where applicable. So those staff members have found work within the organization. However, that's not being paid out of child nutrition. It is being borne by the general fund, and that was accounted for earlier. Next slide. And as a wrap up, like I mentioned a moment ago, all students are currently eating at no cost, and that will continue for the remainder of the year for both breakfast and lunch. The idle staff are assisting in other areas, and we do expect to fully utilize the fund balance in the Child Nutrition Fund. And again, if we do have a negative balance at year end, that would need to be covered by the general fund. And at this point, we're projecting about $1.7 million is what the deficit would be there that would be covered by the general fund. That was built into that number that I shared with you just a moment ago on the expenditure side, so we are accounting for that currently. The final fund that I'll discuss is one of those no news is good news, and that is in our debt service fund. And at this point, this is the only fund that we have that has not been impacted by COVID-19. The revenues and expenditures there are occurring as would be expected in a normal year. However, one area where we do have some concern is that we don't know what impact that the COVID-19 virus will have on property values for the upcoming tax year. Although I can report from personal experience in purchasing a home that the real estate market in the area is red hot on the residential side. On the commercial side, we'll probably be seeing a number of appeals due to loss of productivity, et cetera, because most people are working online and not necessarily in office space. So we expect that to see a number of appeals there. But as I mentioned at the top of our presentation, we are planning to meet with the chief appraiser in January and again in February to gain insights on what he's seen to say, so we can prepare ourselves as we go through the budget process for the upcoming year. I will close things out in terms of economics on how things look from the state perspective. And you have probably seen that the Texas Controller indicated that he was expecting about a $4.6 billion decline or deficit for the current biennium. I will say that he has since come back and said that online sales taxes were much better than he expected, and they missed that forecast by a lot to their benefit. So that deficit may not be as critical as what they were initially presenting. Unfortunately, we will not have any clarity in terms of what the state is expecting until January 11th, which is when he will release his estimate for the legislature to begin their planning for the upcoming year. So we won't have any idea of what that looks like until that point, but it does sound like there may be a sliver of optimism in what he's reporting out. The other thing that I'll mention is that the state does have $8.8 billion in their rainy day fund. They've always been reluctant to use that, but it's important to note that it is available for them to utilize, and that's sometimes where we need to apply pressure so that they would utilize that. I mentioned that they're looking for us to potentially use it, or use our own, but the state has their pot set aside as well. And then one of the things that I'll say is that I said earlier is that they're already mentioning school district fund balances, so it will be interesting to see how that develops. I would expect that they would probably lean on that, but time will tell. And then finally, there has been some, and I'll call it rumors, that the transition grant may be discontinued as early as next year. For those of you that are new on the board, and as a refresher for those of you that have been on the board, the transition grant was included as part of House Bill 3 for districts that did not see at least a 3% increase in funding over the old formula. And so Fort Bend ISD was one of a handful of districts, I think there are 8 statewide, that did not realize that type of increase, and we are receiving that, and it's roughly $18 to $20 million annually. And so if it were to be discontinued, obviously that would be of extreme concern to us. That is scheduled to continue through 23-24 as currently written. Like I mentioned, it's a hearsay rumor that we've heard mentioned in some of our discussion groups, but we want to make you aware that that's something we will be closely monitoring as we go through the legislative session to ensure that that is maintained, because it's something that Fort Bend ISD and Katy ISD were both instrumental in working together during the last session to ensure that that was in there, and we want to ensure that it continues. So as I close out, I want to share information on one of the potential tools that we have that can offset the anticipated revenue declines, and that's a voter approval tax rate election, or TRE as you frequently heard it referred to. As a reminder, House Bill 3 did change the mechanics of conducting a TRE, and an efficiency audit is now required. And we've prepared a timeline that I'll share with you in a moment. And that election, I do want to point out, does have to be conducted on a uniform election date. And based on information we've received from our tax attorneys, it can only be conducted in November, and they've provided us that information in writing now. So unfortunately, the way things are constructed, there's no way around not doing it in November. If the board were to opt to hold a TRE, an efficiency auditor would need to be selected by February. And from that point, once selected, the auditor has 90 days from the date of selections to conduct the audit, and that would result in the completion of that audit in the May timeframe. And that allows time for the board audit committee to review the findings and for the district to have the mandatory public discussions of the result of that audit in July. And concurrent with that discussion, the district is also required to place those the findings from that audit on its website. And then in August, the board would vote on a tax rate that would exceed the allowable rate, and that would trigger the board calling an election for the TRE that would occur in November. And so what I'll say is that at the February meeting, we'll provide more guidance on whether we would recommend calling a TRE. But prior to that, we wanted to make you aware of what the timeline looks like. So as we begin preparations for the 21-22 budget, you'll have that information available. One point that I will make is that as part of the RFQ that we did, or request for qualifications that we did for our financial auditor, the way that TEA has written the regulations, you can use your financial auditor for that purpose. We did include that in our solicitation and did receive solicitations back, so they were audited on whether or not, or evaluated on whether or not they could conduct that audit. That will be coming forward for board consideration in February, so it will align with that process. Our recommendation would be to conduct the efficiency audit, whether or not we choose to conduct a TRE. That way, if the board chooses to go that direction, we have the necessary time frame and horizon for the board to appropriately review and take any action it chooses on the findings of that final audit. And that concludes the information I have, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you for that very in-depth presentation. And I noticed that you put a new Latin word on us. I hope, Miss Angie, did you get it? Because I was still trying to catch up with what it was. All right, at this time, I will take questions from the board members. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Gwynn, I'd like to get a subscription to Obscure Latin Word Quarterly from you, and so I can keep up with you. I want to just make a few comments. And first of all, in light of everything that's happened, I think we would be remiss not to move forward with an efficiency audit at this time, whether or not it turns out that we have to have a TRE in November. We need to be prepared for that, because I don't want to have to explain to the parents of our kids who need these services that we can't afford to do it. And had we done the efficiency audit in a timely manner, maybe it would have passed and we would be able to provide the services. So it doesn't make any sense to me not to move forward with the efficiency audit. Secondly, in 2010, we had a $28 million shortfall. And looking at page 8 of your slide, if I'm reading this correctly, we budgeted $740 million in revenue for the 2021 year, which we're in now. And you're projecting that we'll earn $718 million. It looks like that's about a 3% decline, or $22 million. And to put that in perspective, Mr. Perez, I seem to recall in 2010, the annual electric bill was $15 million. I don't know what it is today, but I'd say it's probably in that range. And so if we were to turn off all the lights and the air conditioning at every single facility we own for an entire year, it would not yield the difference. So it's pretty big. And I really wish more of the public were here to comment, but maybe I'll give them something to talk about. Maybe I'll write an op-ed piece or something. I'll give them something to think about and talk about for sure. And maybe they'll show up. But in 2010, the Texas legislature also talked about forcing school districts to use their fund balance, which is a bad idea. And I say, why should the state spend our fund balance when they won't spend their own fund balance, also known as the rainy day fund? It's taken us probably 25 years to get the fund balance to where it is now. It's taken putting in policy the requirements for the 90-day fund balance. And that means that, you know, Dave and Grail wrote that policy, and that's part of our rule book. And so Dr. Dupree and his staff, when they're planning the budget, they have to follow that. They have to stay within those guidelines. And we should not spend our fund balance. And what can we do about it? We've got to call up our legislators and tell them that's a bad idea. And we also need to talk to our constituents and tell them that's a bad idea and why. And I agree with you, Mr. Gwynn, that while residential property values may be red hot, retail property values are going to decline. There are many restaurants out of business, many box stores. We're not going there. We're buying stuff. I'm trying to help Jeff Bezos recover from his divorce by going through Amazon.com. And so all these big box stores, the owners of that property are going to appeal to the CAD appraisal district to lower their taxable value. And in turn, that's going to decrease the revenue that we get. So that is a big concern. And when I hear you say, you know, that we are anticipating a shortfall, we need to pay attention to that. Or we're going to have to make some draconian cuts and probably some unanticipated cuts. Let me ask you one other question. The transition grant, was that part of House Bill 3?
Yes, sir. And as a reminder, that was specifically added due to advocacy from Fort Bend ISD as well as Katy ISD. The former CFO, Steve Bassett, as well as Chris Smith, the current CFO of Katy, were very active in ensuring that that was included to help districts that were not going to see a tremendous benefit from House Bill 3.
And that was tremendous foresight on their part. And for the Texas legislature to do away with that now is unconscionable. House Bill 3 was built, I will say, on a house of cards. It was lauded as we're giving you relief from property value taxes and all that, but it's dependent on the economy. It's dependent on, and the state's revenue, 60% of them come from sales tax revenue. And when that revenue falls, we're in trouble. So I hope that the online tax collections that Mr. Hagar will be looking at in January are better than his pretty draconian outlook, his really bad outlook. And so when we have House Bill 3, which had so much promise for a full day of high-quality pre-K for our students and everything, but we were right to be cautious because we can't try to attract qualified pre-K teachers and say, yeah, but we might only be able to employ you for 2 years, and after that, we're not sure. So who wants to come work for a district like that? Or worse yet, we don't tell them, and then we have to lay them off after 2 years because we don't have the money. That's what I hear you telling me with this presentation, that we'll have to make some cuts. So I need no convincing that we should go for the efficiency audit and be prepared to have that in our hip pocket should we need it. And by the way, everybody, the efficiency audit is really just a comparison of peer districts. It's really not that efficient. They're just going to compare us to our peer districts and say, how much is Fort Bend ISD spending per kid based on some of our other districts? How much are they spending? And that's not really an efficiency audit. The internal audits that we're doing, those are efficiency audits. Those are the audits that we do on everything, which we have been continuously doing under Dr. Dupree's leadership, that prove up new ways to do things. We just don't keep doing things the same way we've always done it because times have changed. And that's where efficiency comes from. So I appreciate your presentation. I think it was really, really good. And to your point, to my colleague's point, we have a responsibility to advocate for public education. That's in the state statute. So we're on Team Fort Bend ISD, and we have a responsibility, we have an obligation to advocate for Fort Bend ISD in particular and public education in general. And that includes getting adequate funding to reach all of our kids. So I'll stop there and before I get too wound up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I don't want you to get too wound up, but it is very disheartening to see the budget as it is right now and based on the revenue and the expenditures that we are trying to, manage. And so I definitely second Mr. Rice's comments. And at this time, I'll take questions from Mrs. James.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to reiterate the things that Mr. Rice is saying. My attitude about this shortfall is that we need to take it very seriously. We need to spend very conservatively. We need to be very careful about, I'm concerned about thinking, oh, we have this fund balance available. We have these funds we've set aside for this situation. I'm concerned about using all those funds at one time or using all those funds for this year and then finding ourselves in a difficult situation the following year. So I just want to reiterate that we need to be very, very careful and careful about our spending for in my opinion, for the rest of this year. I agree with Mr. Rice that a $22 million shortfall in revenue is significant, and our expenses are maybe they're obviously not dropping at that rate, and we need to advocate to our legislators, and we need to start now talking to them about what this looks like. So I guess my follow-up question is, has there been further discussion about the hold harmless for our attendance and funding for the second semester or for after the first of the year? I know the commissioner has extended it through December 31st, but I haven't heard conclusively if that continues for the rest of the year.
So the short answer to that is at this point, he has not given any signal to how he will move forward with that. However, I can say, in speaking with Dr. Dupree, that's an area where we continue to apply pressure when we have the conference calls with him. And then there was recently an article in the Houston Chronicle, I think yesterday or the day before, that was specific in indicating the hardship that districts are going to face as they go into 2021. So in short, we are continuing that advocacy. However, he has not signaled, he being the commissioner, how he will rule on that or when he will rule on that.
Mrs. James, I would extend that because I think even reading the article in the Chronicle yesterday, part of what's happening right now is that it's becoming a political football in many ways. Some our state officials are suggesting that maybe they need to withhold that a little longer to keep pressure on districts to find the students that are not in schools, implying that perhaps districts are not doing their best and going the extra mile already to do that. So I think, there's definitely increasing, even recently the 8 Metro Chambers of Commerce, even today, sent a letter to the commissioner and the governor advocating for the fact that they should declare now that they're going to hold harmless for the remainder of the year. So that is an ongoing conversation with the legislative session pending. It's hard to know if the commissioner will make that call or if he will wait for more legislative pressure or perhaps some legislative action in some way to support that. And we're not sure where it's going, but we're definitely in a strong advocacy position with many other districts in the state right now.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. I appreciate that, and I know that you all will continue advocating, and I would be willing to join that effort as well, because legislators are beginning to communicate with me about what do things look like, how come kids are, not face to face, all sorts of comments like this. So the time is urgent that we need to be prepared with our talking points, and I, as a trustee, need to have a clear understanding of where we're headed. I don't like the strategy by, as you said, the political factions to kind of hold these things over our head. It's not reasonable for us to not have the answers to these questions 3 weeks before the funding is set to expire, because we can't pivot and we can't act financially responsible. So all we can do is assume the funding will remain, but heaven forbid that it doesn't, because then we're really up a creek without a paddle. We have no way to recover from that. I find it very disconcerting and frankly irresponsible by the leadership of the Texas Education Agency to put us in this position. And if it's the governor or the legislatures that need to act in order to communicate with the districts, I feel like maybe that's the type of thing we need to advocate for. I'm concerned that that we will be that things out of our control will be used against us, or will be used as I don't know, as some sort of penalty for us. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have had a tremendous amount of effort around looking for our lost students. We've got a consulting firm that we've been working with. Have we been doing home visits and trying to track these students down? My understanding is that we have been, but please, maybe you could provide some information.
And Mrs. Grail, you can't probably see them, but there are some vigorous head nods going on among the various E-team members indicating that, yes, that is something that we have been vigorously pursuing. We had the public relations group that we worked with to recruit back charter students that we engaged to assist us with retaining students. They've assisted us in that effort. We've used our parent educators to reach out to various students to hopefully get them back. So we are definitely exhausting the avenues that are available to us to try to find students. But as I mentioned during that earlier discussion showing the enrollment trend statewide, we're not necessarily seeing the success we would like there, but we're not alone in that facet. So unfortunately, some of those students, we just don't know where they are, and that's very difficult to say out loud because the question becomes, how do you not know? But it's a problem that's facing districts nationwide, not just in Texas.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I guess I'd like to see some talking points around that, because as these political conversations are starting to happen, I'd like to be armed with the information to be able to share exactly what we're doing. And because the next thing that's going to come up after we have this financial turmoil for however many weeks that's going to go on, then the next big topic is going to be testing, and that's the next thing they're going to hold over our heads and test. It's going to be testing, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that more next week. But I really like to get in front of these topics and in front of these conversations, and if we're as prepared as if we're doing the things that we said we're doing in these public meetings, then I need some help getting those talking points so that I can tell the Fort Bend story on a broader scale. So I'd appreciate help with that. I have one question that's a little bit of a sidebar, but it does have to do with child nutrition, and you talked about a deficit in the child nutrition budget. I also saw at some point this week some statistics about child nutrition, free and reduced lunch, I don't know, signups, I don't know if that's the right word, but are we continuing to pursue children to free and reduced lunch benefits? And how will that impact our budget? How do we expect?
So there are a couple of things with that. So one, what I'll start out by saying is that the number of applicants for free and reduced meals is down. However, that is a direct result of the summer seamless option waiver being extended by the state. So all students are eating free. So there's no leverage, if you will, for parents to return that application because their student will eat free regardless. Whereas in the past, if they didn't return it, the benefit was discontinued until that application was received. So to the question that you're asking, Mrs. James, yes, we are seeing a decline in those applications. However, we have a very active campaign going on now where we are contacting parents whose child was previously free or reduced and contacting them on a monthly basis, reminding them that that application has not been turned in. What we're trying to emphasize is there are benefits outside of the free and reduced meal program that the students have access to, such as reduced fees on band and instrument rentals. Also, if they're on free or reduced status, they get their athletic physicals at no cost. So there are benefits just beyond meals that we're promoting so that hopefully parents will respond to that as their students begin to engage in some of those extracurricular activities where they would benefit from having that application completed.
Okay, so wouldn't expect too big of an impact on the child nutrition budget, but there are benefits for the individual students.
Yes,
what
ma'am,
you're saying?
and thank you for reminding me of that because I missed the second part of your question, and that is, the short answer is there's not a direct correlation to what will happen in the Child Nutrition Fund. They will not be impacted by this. However, on the general fund side, the free and reduced meal application is still used to determine economic status. And so there could be an impact on our compensatory education funding. However, based on the fact that we're on the hold harmless waiver right now, that's somewhat making that water a little bit muddy. But in short, that application is critical to funding on the general fund side in a normal year. And so we're still pushing hard for those because we don't know how that will necessarily be impacted from a funding standpoint on the general fund side.
Okay, thank you for that information. I thought there was a connection in that. I appreciate your helping me make that connection. So I'm sure I'm glad that you and the business office are pushing hard for it, and I imagine communications is with you to help you get the word out because it sounds like an important piece of the puzzle that could help us a little bit with the funding. So. I think that is I think everything else that I had on my mind has been covered. So I thank you. The presentation was very good. I'm pleased to have another Latin lesson. I don't have a slide though with the actual spelling of those words, so I'm not going to be good at retaining it. So I'm going to probably ask for a follow-up text or something later, so I can be sure to be. Not get too foggy about what the Latin terms are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Ms. Williams, did you have a question? Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions from our board members? All right, thank you.
Madam President, if you don't mind, I would like to interject one thing. I was hoping it would come up in the conversation so I could put it in organically, but Ms. Schlacks and I were having a conversation just prior to the meeting, and she did remind me of a provision that is in the tax code that allows in the year of a declared disaster, which we're under, we do have the option of increasing the tax rate for 1 year to help mitigate the effects of that. So that's one additional tool that we have. I don't know that I would necessarily recommend that one as opposed to a full TRE if that's the route we decide to go, but I do want to make you all aware that that's an option that Ms. Schlacks reminded me of as we were coming down here. So I want to make you all aware that that's available as well.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam.
I do have a question. Okay, and looking at the general fund, and when we're talking about free and reduced lunch, we say that we're looking for the students. How many students are we looking for? Meaning, how many applications could we possibly obtain?
The statistic that I received from the Director of Child Nutrition is we're down roughly about 1.7%, or about, I think it was 2,400 students roughly that we would be looking for in that process.
And how much money would that be?
On the general fund side, I don't have that specific number, and it's also one of those that it becomes a little bit complicated based on the way that House Bill 3 has been written, because the students are, the way that they are funded is based on their census block group where they live. And so the more economically disadvantaged area where the student resides, the higher level of funding that they receive. But generally speaking, that's a number that we can roughly calculate for you and provide information back.
And then I would ask also, as far as the schools, and asking principals what we can do, because that money is going to those schools. And if they know that they can still recover these funds, they might actually get real busy in assisting and helping.
Yes, ma'am, and that is a very close partnership that we retain with the principals. And so as we've worked on the messaging that goes out to the various communities through the Blackboard, we've partnered with the Department of School Leadership, the executive principals, as well as the communications department, as Ms. James mentioned, to ensure that that message is containing information that is relevant so that they will hopefully respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. All right, we have no further questions from our board members. Back to you, Dr. Dupree.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to actually just talk through a brief update on our COVID response. And I think this is a very well-timed conversation, given the budget questions you have expressed, the concerns we've discussed. And I just want to start, and again, this is going to be brief. There's not a presentation, just some talking points I wanted to share, because we're going to be doing a much more extensive report next week. But I do think it's critical that we tie the reality of what we're dealing with our COVID response to this budget conversation. Because it's easy in the rhythm of a school district to just go through the year, and this is what we do. We start school, we adopt our budgets, we go through the rhythms and the routines. But the fact is, we are still dealing in an extraordinary pandemic environment. Even though it may have been downgraded from a pandemic, it's still a very extraordinary environment. And every single member of our team in Fort Bend is operating under a great deal of pressure, stress, and an unusual circumstance. And when I say that, of course, I think about leaders like the people in this room, but even more, I think about the people Brian talked about, our cafeteria workers, our custodians, and our teachers. Because when you make a direct connection to these budget issues and how we balance budgets and the big rocks of being human resources in budget, and the fact that today our teachers, many of them are carrying double the load they would carry in a typical year, and we're operating with such a budget constraint, the reality is very dark. Because they don't see relief. As superintendent, I have a hard time finding relief for next school year for the teachers to help them see optimistically about how it's not going to be very similar. We are hopeful. We know there's a vaccine on the way. We know it's been created. We're definitely, as an organization, advocating to get educators at the top of that list, right there with the healthcare workers, because our teachers need to have confidence. Any of them who want that vaccine need the ability to access that so that they can feel confident coming into the workplace with their adult coworkers and with the students to continue doing their job. As it stands today, however, we, I think, very realistically could be running dual programs again next school year. Because I personally, and with the discussions I'm having at the state level, I don't know how this vaccine is going to get pushed to the extent all of our students and their families would have access to it by the time August rolls around. So as optimistic as we hope to be, we've got to take this conversation around tonight's budget, pair that with the reality of what we're going to be spending our spring planning for summer student interventions and a new school year. And it is going to be perhaps the most challenging budget season we've had. Because I think along with that, and sorry I'm not feeling very optimistic right now, but I think along with that, I think we may expect to see teacher attrition. I think we can expect to see teacher retirements. I think if teachers feel like we're going to do another year like this, it's possible anyone who's eligible to retire, we're going to lose a lot of them because they just cannot keep up this pace. It is killing them, literally, in many, many ways. It is very challenging for our teachers right now. So I'm so proud of where we are. Our principals are doing a remarkable job of providing leadership. Our teachers, and I talk to many of them one-on-one and in small groups throughout my week, and we have high school teachers with a student load in the 250 range because that's the only way the schedule will work. It's not because we want or choose, but it's because that's the only way the schedule will work to accommodate the needs of the students with the limited staff we have. So all that to say, we're going to be back in February, and starting, we're going to do an update on this year's budget, second quarter update, and start the conversation for budget planning for next school year. As we've become accustomed to in Fort Bend, we're going to be talking strategy first and budgeting that strategy. So we've learned a lot in the last year, and if we do have to do dual programs, we know how to do it better, and that will include aligned schedules. I'm just going to say that right now, so we're not having that conversation. But there's so many things that we have learned, and we're going to continue learning through our ongoing engagement. We're going to be doing some more parent thought exchange and feedback sessions, teacher sessions, principal sessions. So we're going to get good at this, even though it's not something we necessarily want to be good at. But I just want you to appreciate our budget is strained, our human resources are strained, but as a team, we continue to pull together. We continue to work hard. We've got a great budget to support this year, and I agree with what Mr. Rice and Mrs. James said. This is very concerning as we enter the legislative session. It's very concerning that our state officials seem to not have more appreciation for the reality of what our teachers and our school districts are dealing with right now. When you think the reality of that we are running two educational systems, and with a staff that is intended to run one system, and it's all on the backs of the teachers who are delivering that system. So we're doing our best to support them, and they're doing a remarkable job. They're holding up to the best of their ability, but I can guarantee they are all ready for Christmas, for the winter break. We're eager to get them there. They have well deserved it. Today we have 2 weeks left in term 2. And just as a reminder, with term 2, we've got about 38%, 37.4% of our students in the face-to-face environment. 63% are in the online environment. All of our students right now, we are planning for the T3. We will have 45%, almost 46% of our students in the face-to-face, and about 54% in the online environment. That's a shift of about 8 percentage points that are going from online to face-to-face. So I think where we are today, the goal was to have all the schedules finished by this Friday so that we could really get all the technology work done and all of our team walk out the door for winter break knowing that when they come back in January, things are good to go. And our principals, assistant principals, and counselors, along with a large support team at central office, have done a phenomenal job of making this transition go much more smoothly than the transition from term 1 to term 2. So I'm very proud of their efforts and their continuous improvement efforts. That being said, today we've got about 109 classes that would be sections or elementary classes that don't have teachers. This is another reality that we're dealing with right now. Because in trying to run two systems, that means you got your face-to-face and your online, and that takes more teachers. So the guideline that's going to help us navigate this is they formed the sections and the classes they needed, and we committed we were going to figure out how to staff those sections. So we're doing everything from a company we work with called Proximity to bringing in teachers remotely into some of our classrooms. We are having 5 hiring events to recruit teachers, and we're getting a lot of interest from teachers in other districts because no matter how stressful it is here, teachers are telling us in these events that Fort Bend is leading through this well comparative to where they're working. So that makes me feel proud as an organization that we're doing the right thing. The teachers feel good, even under the circumstances. They do understand we're doing our very best and doing what we can to value them through this process. We are restructuring our substitute pay right now because we cannot find substitutes for the face-to-face environment. So there's a lot of recruitment, a lot of special things we're doing. One of the things that has been a standard practice in some districts has been the concurrent teaching, where the teacher's attempting to teach face-to-face and online at the same time. We are doing that in Fort Bend to a degree, not to the degree it's happening in other districts, but a last resort effort. If we just cannot find qualified individuals or subs, is we may have to ramp up more of that. And that is not ideal for students, nor is it ideal for teachers. and we want to avoid doing it more than we already are. We do not want to increase the number of concurrent teaching situations. In fact, we want to eliminate them to the full extent possible, but we know they're just necessary in some cases. So that's our greatest challenge right now, is finding the adults necessary to be in the classrooms, whether long-term subs, certified teachers, or remote teachers. We need to find those adults. There are, as I mentioned, I think our primary risk right now is just the well-being, the mental and emotional well-being of our staff. Because teachers have done this now for the entire semester. They're working really hard. The campuses are driving hard. They're doing a phenomenal job, as I said, but it is still a very heavy, long day. And you've heard us talk about student performance. Next week, we did a presentation in October. Next week, we're going to do a deep dive into student performance. Now that we have all the term one failure rates in, we know how our students did. We know we have a lot more information that we're going to get into in the boardroom next week. But because it has been in the newspaper recently, I did want to share a brief information, if I can put my hand on it, about kind of where we are, where we've been right now, that our students, and I don't have that piece of paper with me. We've got about, what was the number, Deanna? As of term one in 2019-20, we had about 10%, was that right?
No.
10,000
Right.
students. Do you have those numbers
Yes.
handy? Can you share those?
Yeah, in 1920, we had 10,185 students out of 77, a little over 77,000 students that had at least one F in term one. And for 2021, that number is 16,248 out of 76, a little over 76,000 students. So the denominator, in 1920 is different than that in 2021. So that really comes out in terms of percentages, 13.1% for term one in 1920, and we're at 21% for 2021 in term one. So, we do see an increase in failure rates. That's not something that we want to see. We were anticipating that. And of course, these numbers are based on 100% online instruction, with the exception of the special ed students who came face-to-face in the second week of school.
And what I would add is I want the board to know in our community, next week when we talk about this, we're going to be disaggregating that data so we can look at it by student group, because we know the board really wants to be able to see how the various student groups are doing. So we'll be sharing that in much more detail. But because that's been in the news, I just wanted to speak to that. It's another way that our staff is working very hard right now, because there are a number of issues related to student engagement, students showing up for their online classes or submitting their work online in that environment that we're challenged by. And the teachers are going the extra mile. They're calling, they're doing everything they know how to do to reach to the parents, to the students. So we are trying to come up with new and better ways to engage students to reduce these our failure rates. But the positive thing I see is when I look at the numbers, I do see across the board of all of our groups, we do still have a large number of groups that are growing and thriving in the online and face-to-face environment. So what we're doing is working to a point. It's now closing the gap for the kids it's not working for, and figuring out the magic to reach their needs, because there are still a significant number that it's not working for. The two other big things I wanted to speak to tonight, and again, just as part of my brief update, is there's a lot of questions right now. I'm getting emails literally daily on both sides of the aisle. People are telling me, stop the madness, close all the schools right now. Others are telling me, stop the madness, open every school right now, put every kid back in school. We can't keep this up. So this is a razor's edge that we walk in our community, because there are deep opinions, deeply held views on both sides of the issue. We have done everything in our power to keep this out of the political arena, and our team has developed a very effective dashboard that we use that is based on business continuity. And that means that we want to have school as long as we can have school. If we've got an environment where we don't have adults who can deliver instruction, then that means we'll have to close down that school temporarily. But as long as we have the adults who can come, we know today that our protocols are keeping the adults and the students safe in school. One of the things that's driving parent concern right now is the fact that they hear regularly in the media that the spread and the number of positive cases is increasing in our community. And we see evidence of that. We work with a medical advisor. We also have a medical advisory team, and they see that in the community. In our last meeting, we talked to them about the fact that 70% of the homes in our community do not have school-age children. So that, to me, is a very telling number. So the community may be high, but 70% of those homes don't have kids in school. And I mean, they don't have school-age children that reside in the home, not just they're not coming to school for face-to-face. So I think that is a critical statistic we need to keep in mind as we look at that information. And because what's notable in our data is that the number of cases in our teachers and our students is significantly below what's happening in the community. And relative to our student enrollment in the 77,000 range, I think we have about 100 or so active cases right now. So relatively speaking, the impact of COVID in our schools is minimal, which is why we're continuing to have school. But that's also why we're maintaining a very tight standard on masks and distancing and all of those things, because we have to protect our staff who are in the schools. People talk about children don't carry it. We can agree, we can disagree, we can debate that all day. There's lots of data around that I could probably believe the youngest kids don't really carry it. But the fact is, we still have adults working with those kids who can carry and who can get it from a kid who might be carrying it. So I don't want to debate a lot of those fine points with members of our community, because bottom line is I need my staff healthy mentally, emotionally, and physically to come to school to do their job. I need them to know that we are doing everything we can to protect them, and that is why we're taking so much precaution, and why we're everybody's doing their wellness checks, all these things that we're doing, and it is working. But I also like to make it very clear, if we have a bubble, if we start to see a dramatic increase in a school or in our schools, there will be no hesitation to close the doors and send everybody home for online learning. We will do that in a minute if that is what is called for. But today, we don't see that happening right now. Again, the dashboard information is available online. It's very helpful. I'm so proud of the staff and the work they've done on that, and our weekly community advisory team that supports us in that, because they hold us accountable. They really check our work, if you will. So I think we're doing well there. The other thing that I would close on has to do with some recent news out of the CDC. It has been reported, and I'll put it that way, it's been reported that the CDC has changed their recommendation to a quarantine period of 10 days instead of 14 days. I have confirmed today with our medical advisor that that is not the case. They are promoting, they're talking about that is an option. That is an option, but it is not, they're not changing the protocol from 14 days. So we are sticking with the 14 days because our medical advisor tells us that anything less than that does come with a significant risk that that person could be a carrier back into the school environment. So we are sticking with the 14 days, regardless of what you may have heard in the news. That is not, again, that's what's being told to me by people who know or much more expertise in that area than I do. So with that, that's really the report. Is again, next week we're going to get deeper into the student performance. I think that's what the board really cares about right now, is how are our kiddos doing and what are we doing to get ready for a successful spring semester. So that'll be next week. And then, like I said, we are already talking strategy and budget that we'll be reporting back into the board in depth in February as we really start framing up what it looks like to plan for the next school year. As you would expect, there are a lot of gray areas, because we're gonna need legislative guidance, lots of TEA guidance about what next school year will look like. So there's gonna be some contingency planning at play as we get ready for the year. But for now, I just want to do a brief overview tonight of kind of what's happening in the COVID world in Fort Bend ISD right now. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Dr. Pree, that's a lot of information to unpack and to peel back the onion. I was trying to keep up with my notes. It's a lot of information, I know. I'm definitely looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have next week on the student data and their performance. I would like to definitely want to see that information disaggregated so that we can see kind of where we're seeing those trends of those students who are failing. And also would like to hear about the interventions that we've used, especially knowing that we have that information from the term 1 to make decisions around where those children are placed in term 2. The kind of conversations we're having with parents to ensure that the students will be even more successful next year. Yes, it is next year, but in the next term, as well as looking to see about the technology, how we use the technology in the classrooms. Is that a barrier as well when it comes to student performance? So definitely want to hear more about that. And as you all can see, we definitely have a lot of challenges that are in front of us, and we really need to tighten up the rope around our conversations with our legislators. I know Grill talked about it earlier about her conversations, but every last one of the board members that are sitting on this dais or in that screen need to be able to advocate and fight for Fort Bend ISD. And we know that as a group, we are definitely strong, and our legislators will hear us. So I would like to see us kind of really dig a little deeper into some of our legislative priorities that we had, and we may have to restructure some of those too, based on some of the conversations that we're having, okay?
Good.
I think, Angie, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Dr. Dupree, for that update. And I do want to thank the teachers and the staff for the heavy load that we know that they're all carrying and that you're carrying in here. As someone with a child in the district, I know how hard the teachers are working. And as a former teacher, I truly can't even imagine doing that dual model, especially for those teachers they're balancing those two. But the questions I have for you, Dr. Dupree, I wanted to make sure I understood. You mentioned there are 109 sections for term 3 that we don't yet have classroom teachers assigned to. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That could be an elementary class that's been formed, or a section of a high school or middle school course.
Okay, and does that take into account all the mid-year retirements that are happening this month?
It does. It takes into account anything we know of as of right now. The principals they've got their staff list basically, and so that does account for all of that at this point.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Ms. Helliger mentioned about just wanting to looking forward to hearing some of the interventions and the things that we're doing. So I also look forward to hearing the strategies that we're trying, to increase engagement and reduce those number of failing scores that we're seeing with our students. The last question I have is, you said your goal was to have the scheduling by this coming Friday. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so will students be notified of their schedules prior to the winter break?
So no. So if I'm thinking in terms of the technical side. We want to have everything set, because what has to happen from the technology side is all the final roll.
Okay.
So what we're going to do, the goal is that as everybody walks out the door, each campus, they will be set on a schedule so that over the 2 weeks the district is closed, the system will do its automatic timed effective date of that schedule. So there will be at a point during the break, after that campus it does their role on the technology side, that the student and the teacher would be able to go in and see their schedule sometime during the break.
So the goal would be
Mm-hmm.
when they march back, to their desk in their house or to school, they will have a schedule on the day that they return.
That's the plan, yes, ma'am.
That's the plan. That sounds like a great plan.
That's-
Thank you.
Thank you. I would add, if you don't mind, Ms. Helliger, you and Mrs. Hannon said something about, I want to make sure one of the things that we're going to get into next week, and there's the research that has been done, I think it goes back to Katrina, is that it took students through that major event 4 years to get caught up. And in some content areas, they never got fully caught up. They paid a price for the disruption. And I see COVID being as disruptive as Katrina, if not more disruptive. So as you set your mind, as you look at, we're going to give the board some material to read later this week. As you think about the conversation next week, I do want the board to have a full appreciation that this staff is not looking at this as a 1 year, 2 year. We're looking at this as a very long-term solution. So everything we do, we're remembering that it's taken us, these kids have had a very disruptive, traumatic experience this year in many ways, and it's going to take time to restore their learning and get them where they need to be. So everything we're doing is focused on a longitudinal approach that is expected to take years of recovery, not a quick turnaround. So I just want to make sure as we're framing the conversation for next week that we're thinking in those terms.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Priest, for your update. Thank you, everyone, for your updates this evening. At this time, we will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections: 551.071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law, including personnel matters, student discipline matter or complaint, or security matters. At this time, I'll ask that all the board members that are online, if you all could please exit this Zoom and enter the new Zoom for closed session. Thank you. We are now in closed session.
Up to 222.
Okay. All right, so we are now reconvened in open session. And we will consider any actions or closed session items, and we do not have any at this time. So next on our agenda is 6A, Board Governance, review revisions to local board policies. And so before we get, ask any questions on the policies, there's two questions or two statements that I would like to make. I would ask that, Dr. Dupree, can you share with us the difference of the policies that are fast track versus the policies that get reviewed within the board? That's the first question. And I know there was some questions that were sent in by the board members. One was the difference of the red line versus the blue line items. If someone in your staff could give us a description of what the difference is.
All right, do we do that now?
Yes, please.
All righty, so first of all, the majority of the policies that come to the board for revision come through the policy committee and the policy committee reviews all policies that they go through on a cycle where they work with staff to kind of give us feedback on what they would like to see. Staff does a revision and then brings it to the committee, and then we take away their feedback, and then submit another for their final review with the committee, and we get clearance by the committee chair before they are posted on the agenda. So it's a very thorough, vetted process for those policies. Then there are another policy, we call them kind of scalable systems, or fast track, if you will. It's the idea that there's minimal or nominal changes, or in some cases, I think like the policy that may be on here tonight related to SHAC, it was more of a committee expedited policy rather than a policy committee. It came through SHAC and through staff. So I think that we actually have an error in the agenda tonight because there's one policy that was a scalable system policy that the board president reviewed, but then the other policy, I think it's FFA, that references SHAC, that is shown as if it went through the policy committee in the way it's written in the agenda, but it did not go through the policy committee. That was done through SHAC and with staff. So that's kind of the distinction, the two ways that policies get on the agenda. I will say though that even the scalable system fast track version, those are always reviewed by the board president before they're placed on the agenda, just to receive that final guidance that yes, it should go on through staff direction, or no, I think it should go through the policy committee. So that we always get board perspective on that, whether it's from the committee or the board president before we advance those policies. The other policy, the question has to do with the reds and blues, and I'm going to tell you, I think I'm just glancing here. My experience, and Anthony, you may want to weigh on this, with the color coding, I think the color coding changes based on who edits the policy, I think, to indicate different editors. So for example, sometimes staff will have done the work. Anthony and Jody may work on it with the committee, and then they'll send it to me for feedback, and I'll make some changes. That shows up another color. Or I send it back to them, and maybe Jody did the original work, but Anthony will make a few changes. That'll be like a third color sometimes. So I think really it's one of those things that it's not really symbolic in the board's view. It's an iterative process that we use. And I think if it's of concern, we can certainly look at a way to keep it all in one color. But
Or provide a key.
well, I don't know that it. I personally, I think
needed?
I don't know that it's relevant.
Okay.
I don't think it adds any value to know that. I think it's just the bottom line. These are the revisions we're proposing.
Well, I do think, well, with all due respect,
Mm-hmm.
I do think the board needs to know, is this something coming from TASB? Is this something coming, what's driving?
So I see that, and I'm going to tell you, as I mentioned to you, Madam President, before the meeting, I did not get a chance to review these. And had I had a chance to review these responses, I would have edited that significantly, and we would have not have mentioned that. Because Fort Bend, we do not do our policies based on TASB recommendation, even though TASB perhaps initially proposed something. By the time it makes it into our board book, it has been thoroughly vetted by either the committee or staff. So so the color loses relevance, and whether it came from TASB or not is not relevant, because we never, and I think I can pretty strongly say never simply recommend TASB changes to our board.
Good, thank you. So, just board members, if you all could refer to the memorandum that was provided today on some of the pre-questions that were asked. All right, so at this time, we're gonna go through 6A1A. Do we have any questions? C and B, local transportation management district vehicles. I think, Ms. James, are you on mute, Ms. James? I can't hear you, Ms. James.
We still can't hear you.
Did you hear us, Ms. James? Okay, good. Oh, good, good. Ms. Donata gives us the thumbs up. All right, but we can't hear you all. Ms. James, what's your favorite color? Okay, green, but am I reading lips? No, still can't hear you, sorry.
So they can hear Grail on the.
They can
on the
hear
Zoom?
us, but they can.
No, the staff can, the Zoom call can hear they can hear her, but we just can't get her in the boardroom yet.
Yeah. Um,
Ms. James, can you call back through the call bridge?
Let's try Ms. Williams as well. Ms. Williams, can we hear you?
Ms. Williams too.
Okay.
We can hear you through Zoom, but not here at the board.
What would you like for them to do?
Call back through the bridge.
Okay.
They are joined in.
All right, Ms. James, if you could call back through the bridge, please. Thank you. I wonder if there's anyone else online. Can we hear them? In case we have questions and they have to speak.
We'll find out.
Still can't hear them.
Maybe it's because some of that stuff is still turned on.
Hmm.
phone off?
Hopefully in January, we won't have this issue. We're gonna, part of the upgrades, we're gonna replace the system. So it'll be directly attaching to internet and Zoom. Reboot and re-register.
Rob, I need some intermittent music. I need some music.
Grab. Let's grab a phone.
Is the phone not working?
Yeah, it's not registering on the network.
Great. Why would that happen?
We don't know. It's sometimes, you just drop off the network. Plan B.
You can just, let me have that.
Okay. So this is a patch system. We're patching an older system to the new one.
say is I think that FFA came from the SHAC committee. Dr. Dupree was right about that. And so the board, the policy committee did not review it. And then also the policy FL local student records, the policy committee did not review that one either. The rest of them went through the policy committee. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. James. All right, I'm gonna move on to, because you have a question for 6A1, right?
Well, no, it's about the transportation.
Yeah, that's the same one. Go ahead.
I had asked earlier about what happens in an emergency situation when a staff member is in a vehicle and they need to attend to a medical emergency. Say they have a child in the district, and with our district being over 170 square miles. So the answer was that they could use that vehicle provided they receive prior approval from the superintendent or designee. Is that a blanket approval that would be in procedures or something? Because at a time of an emergency, if an employee's in a district vehicle, they may not be wanting to reach out to their supervisor.
Yeah.
I know that's an extenuating circumstance, but we do have quite a good number of our employees who have children in the district.
Well, Ms. Hannington, and again, I'm going to apologize that this is in front of you because I have not seen these
Okay.
responses, and what you've just said to me is not an appropriate response. If it's an emergency and I'm in a vehicle and I get a call that there's an emergency and I am 25 miles from my personal vehicle, I'm going to drive to my kid
Sure.
in the district vehicle. So I think that's an extenuating circumstance that is probably supersedes policy to a
Okay.
degree.
So that wouldn't need to be written in policy.
No,
Okay.
not in my view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. All right, next up is item 6A1B, COB local, food and nutrition management, free and reduced price meals. Do we have any questions at this time? All right, I'm gonna move on to 6A1C, DIA local, employee welfare, freedom from discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Have any questions at this time? All right, 6A1D, FFA local, student welfare, wellness, and health services. All right. Okay, Ms. Hannah?
Well, I didn't have time to look at the responses here. But like Dr. Dupree said, maybe those aren't ones that we should be looking at. And so I know that Grail is actually, I believe, on the SHAC committee, so maybe she could also help, and anyone in here. I specifically had a question regarding the information that there is no time set for meals provided. And I was wondering if someone could just kind of expound on that a little bit, because we are very, very specific with physical activity time, but not with meal time. And I think when we talk about wellness and good health, especially in this policy, it talks about fostering interpersonal skills with our kids. And I think one place you do that is when you have meals, especially at secondary, when you no longer have access to recess. So if somebody could just address that piece about meals and not having specific times.
Beth, can you address that, please?
Sure thing. So we, and Brian might want to interject because some of this comes from the Department of Child Nutrition, who collaborates with the SHAC and has membership on the SHAC as well. And so the time requirement that is listed for physical activity, of course, that's all outlined very nicely in policy FFA. There are two references in the memo that are on page 7, and the first one is from the Administrator's Reference Manual, and it's from the USDA regarding adequate meal service periods. And they encourage sites to make every effort to establish meal periods that are long enough for students to fully consume their meals and provide an environment that's conducive to eating. And so coupled with that is the Alliance for a Healthier Generation and the Center for Disease, CDC, with students having at least 10 minutes to eat breakfast and 20 minutes to eat lunch. We want to make sure they have enough time to consume their meals, as you said, and be able to be in the cafeteria, which that typically is a 30-minute period, to allow for that to occur. One other I'd like to add also, there was another question that was posed. I'm not sure, Ms. Hannon, if you posed the question or another board member, but it was asking why there is no specificity around removing or using, like we do with physical activity, stating you cannot take away physical activity time as a punishment. And so I'd draw your attention to the policy on page 2 of the policy under wellness goals, where it says we're not to prohibit the use of food or not allow for the use of food as a punishment. And that would also include not taking away meal time or losing of time dedicated to the students eating.
Okay, and I do ask, because I do think that's important, that children aren't asked to come in to finish your test or finish an assignment when it reduces the time that they have to consume food. And then I know that our food service workers do work very hard, but I also know that there are times when the bell rings for kids to be dismissed to go back to class after lunch, and there are still children in the lunch line. And so that was really one of the reasons that I thought it was so important to think about the time that we're giving our students.
Thank you for that. I will add, we have, of course, Grail is on the SHAC, and also Melanie Ambarsi has joined us on the call. She's our current chair for the SHAC, and she's available if there are further questions.
And just further
Well,
clarification,
I'd like
I
to-
do believe.
yeah.
One moment, Grail.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for further clarification, that 20 minutes is from the time they receive their food and are seated. So it's 20 minutes of seat time once they receive their food, not including any time that they stand in line. So I just wanted to make sure that there was clarification about the amount of time.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then according to the policy, is there anything in procedures where we actually evaluate to see if that's happening for our kids? And I know with COVID, it's a little bit different because food service looks different, but just to make sure that they are actually being allowed that amount of time.
So we will ensure that it is clearly defined. I'll say that as soon as once policy is approved by the board, then we go through a review and revision process on our procedures to ensure that they're comprehensive and support and aligned to the board's wishes and policy. So we'll make note of that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
Mrs. James?
I don't have anything to add. I think they got it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, next item up, it's 6A1E, FFH local, student welfare, freedom from discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. All right. 6A1F, student welfare, FFI local, student welfare, freedom from bullying. 6A1G, FL local, student records. All right. Next up on the agenda is item number 2, review previous meeting minutes. A is November 9th, 2020 regular business meeting. Do we have any questions? Item number B, November 16th, 2020 special call meeting to swear in elected board members. And they're here, ready to work. So glad to have you all. So next up is our B, scalable, item 6B, scalable systems. Review increase in spending amount for the professional service agreement with Combs Consulting Group. Item 6B2, review a construction service agreement with Perennial Consulting, Inc. for refreshing cafeteria and library audio-visual systems at various campuses in the district's East Zone. Item 6B3, review a construction service agreement with Perennial Consulting, Inc. for refreshing cafeteria and library audio-visual systems at various campuses in the district's West Zone. Item 6B4, review a contract with Mobile Modular Management Corporation to lease a maximum of 20 modular buildings. Review a job order contract with J.R. Thomas Group Incorporated to set up and install required modular building infrastructure. Review a design service agreement with Molina Walker Almaguer Architects, and review approval of the project budget. Any questions?
Yes.
I have a question on this one.
I think,
That's okay.
okay,
We
Ms.
may
James?
we may end up having the same question.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I didn't know, Dave, but my question is how, when, where are we planning to use these buildings? Do we have a plan for them?
Oscar?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. James. At this point, we know of two that we would be utilizing at Sugar Mill Elementary. The others at this point, we do not. This item came in anticipation of T3 and the fact that it takes us about 16 weeks total to go ahead and get through the process to get a portable. So we're requesting approval so that if the need arises, we can try to cut that time to get the portables to that point. So at this point, we know of two portables that we would be placing.
So I guess what I would add, Mrs. James, is this is our way of attempting to get ahead of the game a little bit, because with the COVID social distancing, it's stressing some of our campuses as more kids come face to face, and we believe we're gonna need some classrooms, but we don't know exactly when or where. So these could be used at some point for T3 or T4 should more kids come into the face-to-face environment. We're just trying to be proactive.
Okay, thank you.
So I will follow up with that. Is that something, this 20 modular buildings, if we don't use the 20 modular buildings, we're just we're still paying for 20 modular buildings? I just
Oh.
want to verify, yeah.
No, absolutely not. This is only on an as-needed basis. And I think, Oscar, you might confirm this. It's my understanding that this contract would also extend that as we start school in August, if we need portables, this would also cover us for that window of time as we get into our February annual enrollment review, that this contract could help us through the beginning of next school year as well. Oscar, am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir, that is correct. If we do not have the demand that we were thinking we may have, but with more face-to-face students, we would have the ability to lease, portables to go ahead and place at the beginning of the school year if the requirement is there. And right now, we're going through that review. We've received the PASA data. We're going through the review to determine where portables would be needing for the beginning of the school year.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes, Dave?
Oscar, these are just normal portables, right? Even though they got the name modular in there. We're not talking like the modular units like we have at Barrington Place, right?
Yes, sir. They can be. So these portables are two halves that you put together to make two classrooms. But if we did have a situation at a campus where we were gonna need 6 classrooms, we would have the ability to go ahead and look at leasing a modular. In other words, put a hallway basically and get your 6 classrooms, as you would. So it gives us flexibility.
Okay, and I know we've actually removed a couple of portables here in the past 6 months. What happened to those? Can we not use those, or are they already being used?
Because any portable that was removed would have been moved to a different location. So in other words, we have not disposed of any, so they would have been moved to a different location if they were removed from a campus.
Okay, as long as they're being used. All right, thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
it was
I see
the
it.
same question.
okay.
One.
All right, 6B5, review an electrical service easement with CenterPoint Energy for the new agriculture facility at Marshall High School. 6B6A, review and purchases exceeding $50,000 specifically for review the purchase of band uniforms and related items for Elkins High School. Six B, review the purchases of a Route Finder software upgrade.
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal?
I was trying to look up the amount here. What was the amount of this one?
Not to exceed $68,000.
68,000. Okay. And can somebody explain why we have to do this?
Yes, sir, Mr. Rosenthal, I can. So right now, our Route Finder service is based on servers within the district, and that causes some issue for us. This is to go ahead and go to a cloud-based model to where we can access from anywhere. We don't have to be on site to be able to access the service. It also it allows more than one user to be able to be on at the same time. And so in the case when we were going from T1 to T2, and I'm sure y'all recall, y'all were getting a lot of emails and different things going on because we weren't being able to get information out as quickly. This, by going to a cloud service, it gives us the ability to go ahead and work through that a whole lot quicker. And the only reason that we're needing to bring this right now is because the change is what takes us over the approved amount that y'all have approved previously. We normally do not go over 50,000, for this service, and in subsequent years we would not. Once we make this change, then we wouldn't. This is the additional is a 1-year addition, and then after that we'd be back to where we normally are.
Mr. Rosenthal, does that satisfy your
Yeah.
question?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Item 6B, 6C, review the purchase of staff augmentation services from multiple vendors.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. James?
So could you guys provide a little bit more information about this item? It seems like this is augmenting for COVID, but yet the term is another 4 years, something, and we started this in 2017, so I'd like a little more information.
Yes, so the current contract is expiring, and this will allow us to have a contract for the next 3 years.
Long, your microphone is not working.
Yes, ma'am. So our current contract is expiring, and this will start us with a new contract, extended all the way to 2024. And this contract, what it does is it allows us to do an as-needed basis to augment our staffing. For example, last year we used them mostly during the start of schools to supplement some of our call centers personnel, so that they usually we are inundated with calls for help in terms of technology during the first month and a half. And then we also use them to help with a lot of the projects, bond projects that we have. During COVID, what we have done is that we set up several of the depots that need to be manned. And also every day during the peak of the COVID deployment, we have over 500 calls to the call center a day, 2,500 calls a week. So therefore, we extended our support hours from 6 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. So these are to cover and help our existing staff to answer and help all of our student staff and as well as parents.
Okay, and I know that's been really helpful for people. I guess what was concerning me is it seems like the need for that has kind of tailed down based on the stats that I've seen. We're down to maybe 75 or 100 calls a day. And then I saw this is a large amount of money, $1.5 million over 4 years. So I was just trying to figure out how we were planning to use that. And I guess the other concern I had, but maybe you just answered this, is it looks like we're using bond funds for these services, which seems not a good use for bond funds if it's a short-term expenditure.
Well,
But I think you said maybe you were using that as part of consulting to help us. I don't know, maybe you can explain that part again.
yes, ma'am. It's part of the cost to say, for example, the 2018 bond has the deployment of the classroom tool set. We use that as part of the cost to deploy this classroom tool set. So it is reflective of the true cost of the project itself. We also,
It might be, what I would interject, and I don't know if it'll be helpful, Mrs. James. The way I see this contract is it's a multi-purpose, multi-use contract.
yes, ma'am.
So as long as talking about the deployment of devices, we augment staff, but then we also use the same contract to augment the call center.
Yes,
And I think the reason we advanced it, that I felt good about it is as you look over the next 4 years, as we've talked about, we could easily be converting toward a one-to-one type of district based on what we've experienced in the last 9 months.
that's correct.
That's gonna take some augmentation, some serious staff ramp up. I think we also have more bond programs still to come. So I just think we're trying to provide an adequate augmentation contract that could be used for multi-purposes over the next 4 years. And I will tell you that we also inserted some language with the idea that it may be necessary at some point to look seriously at converting some of this into full-time staff, rather than doing it all on a contract basis. But that's a little further, that would be a conversation for a little further down the road.
Okay, so I think that's a good overview, and maybe in the written, I believe I submitted questions about this item in the written thing, and maybe you guys can provide a little more detail in that. I think that would be helpful. It is helpful to think of it as a multi-use contract, so that's one good clarification. I'll also say, with regard to the last comment you made, we found it difficult to get qualified IT staff that could, that would stick with us and see through some of these projects, on the kind of the boots on the ground level. So I think that's why this has been a useful contract. I was just concerned about the amount over a longer period of time and trying to understand the justification for it.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Moving on to item 6D, review the purchase of portable storage buildings.
Are these storage buildings temperature controlled?
No, ma'am. No, they're not.
Okay, so I'm sure I saw in the item that you're going to look at the things that go in there. I just know how it happens when stuff gets stacked in a storage unit, and then we start to lose. The integrity of the items deteriorates rapidly, so I just have some concern about that.
Yes, ma'am. We plan to pay close attention to that and have the folks check on their stuff. They're storing it out there periodically.
Are we going to put some limits or rules around the types of things they can store out there?
I think that, yes, we are talking about that and our design teams on what kind of things they could put out there, where they should be storing the furniture and other items that could put in the Connex.
And Mrs. James, I would also add to that this is also a proactive item. We are preemptively putting this forward to the board in the event we need this storage. We have foreseen in perhaps T3 or T4 where some of the classroom utilization may be high, and this is to ensure that we can shift resources into those modular buildings if needed. So at this point, there's not a definitive use defined for them. It's on an as-needed basis, and it's a proactive measure that we're taking.
Okay, well, and I think that's great, and I appreciate you guys being proactive because it's nice to say all of a sudden we can be proactive when we've been so reactive for, it feels like so many months. So I appreciate that. I'm very concerned about finances and that we're spending our money wisely. So that's my overarching reason for asking these questions. And, I know there's a lot of people, on campuses that would love to have a storage facility bin because they could put all their athletic equipment in there, or they could put all their, I don't know what, stuff that's been lying around, old theater sets, whatever. And I just don't want I don't want to be spending money to save stuff that we don't need. I'd rather not do that. And I do want to be able to store things if we can keep them, and we can keep them so they're operable, and we can keep them so we can reuse them, a year from now. I think that's great. But stuff sitting in a storage unit over the summer in Sugar Land, Missouri City, Texas, it's not going to go well, and that stuff's going to be ruined out there in the heat. So thank you for listening, and I encourage some rules and guidelines around using them so that we don't have loss of property.
All right, thank you, Ms. James. Dr. Rose, I gotta get all your names together. I gotta practice this. Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam.
Yes, and I'm going to piggyback on what Ms. James shared. Am I reading this incorrectly? I see February 2021, so are we only doing this for 2 months? It says through February 2021 for $300,000 for storage?
I think it's different.
Yes, ma'am. The buy board contract is through February 2021. They are in the process of renewing that right now. We have been checking on some updates to see if we could get any newer dates to you. They usually extend that out for another 5 years. We're just waiting for the official word on that. And if they do that, then we can bring that date back to you. Again, we were trying to be proactive, providing something for them to start this P3 with if they had a need.
And again, just piggybacking on what Ms. James shared, did we already check other facilities where we possibly could use for storage that is air conditioned, that we do have extra space? And have we assessed the need for additional storage? I understand being
Yes.
proactive, but that's quite a bit of money.
Yes, ma'am. So I actually oversee the warehouses due to the fact that we still have ongoing bond projects, and we also have created new warehousing for PPE. Our space in our warehouses have filled up quite a bit, and so there's just no available space for any furniture out there. This was the best solution that we could find for them as for temporary storage.
So I'm going to ask one more thing. When we're looking at PPE and the amount of campuses that we have, that PPE will more than likely be distributed to, we cannot store it there and go on and start dividing those materials?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. Can you repeat the last part?
Okay, so if we are storing PPE, and this just came very quickly, if most of the PPE is actually going to go to campuses, can we use storage, can we use the campus storage for that and try to find different ways where we can store the materials?
So, Dr.
certainly
Gilliam, if
look
I
into
may,
that.
one of the things that I would say related to that is keep in mind as we're looking for this solution, it is to create spaces at the individual campuses. And so moving that equipment or that material to the campus could create space constraints that they're trying to alleviate with a portable storage. Again, this is going to be seen as something as a last measure that we would take advantage of. But if a campus had a increase in enrollment that could not be managed without creating additional classrooms, this gives them a flexible option to temporarily store desks or other materials that may be taking up space. So we're a little bit reluctant to move those materials to campuses just because they're fighting to find space right now to create classrooms.
And thank you for sharing and updating, and I do understand that. I believe that, again, doing an assessment to see what we actually have, we are being proactive, but at the same time, I'm thinking that we need to be proactive with $300,000 also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mr. Rosenthal?
Have we looked at public facilities to store some of this stuff? Should we need it? And again, I realize that if this gets approved, it doesn't mean you're gonna go out and spend $300,000. We just, we may need it here and there, but I agree. I think, if we're gonna approve this, I would like to think that there's already a plan of we know what needs to be moved where. We kind of have an idea who's coming back next term, face to face, and who's not. So, I don't mind approving it, but I'd kind of like to see a little more of a plan. And again, have we explored facilities that already exist that may not cost $300,000, especially after seeing some of the budget numbers that we were presented earlier tonight?
So what I would say is I don't want to necessarily speak on facilities' behalf, but they did do a comprehensive assessment of all of the space on each campus to determine where we needed classroom space in relation to the number of students coming back. And generally what we saw is that all space on most all campuses would be utilized. So from a district facility perspective, yes, that needs assessment has been conducted. And again, as Brenda mentioned, this is it's a method of last resort, but it was the most viable option we could come up with if a particular campus began to run into space constraints that needed some type of alleviation.
As long as you guys are confident that we're not wasting the money, then, I can't tell you what storage you have or what you need. I have no idea, so we're relying on you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the sentiments of the board is to ensure that we've utilized and made the correct assessment with our current storage before we go out and purchase any more. Okay. All right. I think the next item on the agenda is audience responses to any of the agenda items posted for this meeting, and I don't believe we have any items. Thank you, Mr. Rozier. At this time, let me make sure. We don't have any action items. At this time, we will ask for adjournment. And normally, I'm the one that's saying motion for adjourn. So.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. All right. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.